Going on, everybody? SOC 100 crew, how we doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope everyone's doing well. And hello to all the newcomers too in chat or on the recorded stream. First time. We're back with class 18, everyone. Lots of faces over here. That chat, who we got? Right, Cap, Karina, KS, Shepard, Ariel, Bearded, Cybersec, Jaco, Patricia, R Double, Spartacus, Steven, Ian, West, KF. KS, and there's a KF now. Good to have you back with us. Yes, close to the Big 20. Yeah, we're almost there. Tomorrow's class 19. Tom, good morning. Yeah, so you're asking for the mug in black, yeah. So I made a black mug originally, but the chat is dark mode, so like you couldn't really see it too well. It's so I don't know. Maybe I got to put like an outline around it. But actually, yeah, why did I think of that? I should put a white outline around the black mug emoji, the level effect symbol, and then you can actually see it. The things you think of when you actually have to try to solve it on the spot. You see? So, get something else instead of that red emoji right there. Cool. Well, hope everyone's excited. Hope you all had a good week. We are officially starting... Actually, geez, I need to update the stream. It's not SOC 100-1 anymore. We're actually in SOC 100-2. Hold on a second. Hold on. Oh, you want a real mug? Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, look. The swag store will be updated soon. A huge monster to lift. But yes. I mean, we could have like a red mug and a blue mug and a black mug, right? Because then we get red team, blue team, and the black hats. Or just general cool dark mode mug. And a white mug, so you kind of got them all. White hat, black hat. Maybe a gray mug for gray hat. We'll get a mug for them all. Tim, welcome back. Yeah, Steven, glad you're actually here too. I know you were kind of out and about and doing things, so good to have you back with us. Hot Garbage, welcome back as well. Plans for today? You have a plan for today, Steven. Plan for today is to become the best damn SOC analyst. That's the plan for the... Yep, that's right, Cap. I still need that beanie. It's cold. It's winter season now, right? Yeah, we need some winter swag. Keep yourselves warm. Level effect swag gives you +1 to warmth. Additionally, it's enchanted imbued items. Black Hammer, good morning. You need a rest? Yeah. I'll throw a heal over to you. Level effect heater and generator. The level effect heater is your home lab, man. So when you build a home lab, that's how you generate heat for your room. That's the step in the course. Exciting times. So, okay, so today's gonna be pretty chill, everyone. It's another huge day, of course, another huge day in the SOC 100 series, but we are officially starting SOC 100-2 as of today, and we are going to start off with quite a bit of discussion. So I hope you're ready to just enjoy your coffee, talking points, a lot of lecture for today and tomorrow to wrap up the year over here. Excuse me, need some more water today. 1 second. A dry winter air when you wake up. The room was like 18 Celsius. What is that in Fahrenheit? Pretty cold inside. Let's see. 64.4. So 64.4 Fahrenheit right now. Bad. Computer should start. But yeah, okay, so SOC 100-2, everyone. We are going to start off with cybersecurity industry. That's the big one right now. We have a lot of lecture to talk about today and tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be all about governance, risk, and compliance. So today is a whole lot of iPadding going on. Drawing, doodling, talking, discussing, and discussion is discussing now, apparently. Telling need another coffee. And there's no lab, so there's no virtual machines inside of today. Tomorrow there will be, a little bit towards the end, but today is a non-virtual machine day. Today is a discussion, lecture, discussion day is what today is all about. We have a lot of points to just discuss and get clear. So, yeah, chill stream. If today's a good stream, if you wanted to even kind of like walk around, keep the stream on, and you don't have to be fully engaged, you want to kind of lurk, just kind of listen while doing other things too, it's a lot more of a lecture, but it's important stuff, so don't zone out either, or at least make sure you're able to retain it a little bit later. Understanding, like, so far we've covered the IT components, right? We've talked about the technology involved, what IT is, Windows, Linux, server, operating systems, networking. We talked about the fundamental technological pieces, right? Like what is involved in the tech field, and specifically IT and cybersecurity. We talked about that, but what we haven't actually got into at all yet is the security component, so the subset of IT. And that is what SOC 100-2 is going to be leading you all into. It's subset. So now we're actually focusing on the security component of IT itself. So we're going to start off with some lecture and theory, and then we're going to be getting into the SOC Analyst triage skill set. That's what this course is going to lead into. So we're going to build your competencies of being a SOC Analyst Tier 1, where you are triaging compromised hosts, looking for indicators of compromise, email security, log and event analytics, researching and compiling and disseminating cyber threat intelligence, and understanding the supporting theory around that of risk management, cyber threats, encryption, and the industry itself. So that's what SOC 100-2 is about. We're going to be doing this now over, I want to say, let's take a look at the stream calendar, 6 to 7 weeks, I think. Yeah, so we're going to start off today on the industry, GRC tomorrow, and then we have all of the fun technical stuff in the start of the new year. Bearded says, we pretty much all have a master's degree at the end of this. I mean, you're going to have a lot of information. You're going to have a master's at level effect of our tier 1 program. That's what you're going to have. Yeah. And this is just course 2. Still dash 3. And then your certification, and then the dash 5 components. So we really want to make sure that you're prepped and ready. Karina gets down to 50 Fahrenheit in the house here. Yeah, it sounds like you need a bigger home lab. That's what it sounds like. Cool. Okay. Are we all excited? I gotta get the iPad set up as well. Second here. Right, KS, everyone is going to be in a great spot to get Security Plus. Hell yeah. Karina's totally excited. CI is too, and ready to learn and apply. Okay, cool. And that's good to go. All right, turn that off. Okay. So, let's walk through a little bit of the course intro. You'll see the first module here of the introduction is the same as the first one. So, if you didn't read our welcome message of sort of the 5 key points, being uncomfortable, see once, do once, teach once, your pace is your pace, and you will feel imposter syndrome, and learning requires immersion. Those are kind of like 5 key points we like to hammer home with students when you're starting this new stuff. And what we're doing today is we're actually going through what I love to always refer to, and it's pretty commonly referred to. But what's that sound? I do not know what that... Wow, that was really... that was a new sound. 80s, thanks for the sub. For the resub, 2 months. Oh, that was really loud. Sorry, everyone. That kind of like startled me for a little bit. I need to turn that down. 1 second. Wow. Hold on. Let's just get that sound. Volume. That's our first resub, so I didn't know what that was. Okay, that shouldn't be that loud next time. Sorry about that. Okay, but yes, Hades, thanks for the support and resubbing and for being here with us. So, CI. So, I guess in this field, there's much on-the-go learning. Oh, yeah. So, what we are going to realize over here, the Dunning-Kruger effect is applied. It's a common model, right? It's basically suggesting that when you learn something new, you experience this phenomenon. I guess we'll call it that, right? It's not really a phenomenon. It actually does have measures behind it, but for all intents and purposes, when you do start something absolutely brand new, you kind of hit up this initial ramp where you feel like you know nothing, and your confidence really goes up because you're able to retain a lot of new things at once. You're like, wow, like I'm really learning a lot of things. But that's actually what is known as the peak of Mount Stupid. Because when you're at that point, that actually is the point where you know the least, but you feel the most confident, at least for the beginning. And then when you are at the peak and you realize just how much more there is to it, and you can see the rest of the valley, and what you did was just really climb a hill, you fall into what is called the Valley of Despair, where you start to really realize how little you know, and your confidence drops. And this is where a lot of students start to think, oh my god, like I can't do this. I'm not going to be able to keep up. This is too much for me. I bit more than I could chew. But if you just keep at it and you keep studying and being consistent, this Valley of Despair starts to go up into what's called the slope of enlightenment. And that's actually when competence starts to develop more and more and more, and you surpass your initial confidence level later. It comes much, much, much later. And that's where they call it like the plateau of sustainability. And this is called the Dunning-Kruger effect of when you start learning something new. And the thing is, when you get older and you're an adult, this is actually much more of a very uncomfortable feeling because of all the responsibilities you have in life. So that is where it gets a little bit, okay, I think I'm just going to back off. Whereas like when you're a kid and you are thrown into the playground, you know, you got to learn how to swim, like ride a bike, whatever. You go through those motions as a kid. You don't really think about this. You just kind of like go with it. And it's just exciting. But so this is actually much more of a experience to feel as you get a little bit more self-aware and you have more responsibilities in life to juggle and manage. So you all experience this a lot more now. And the reason why I'm bringing this up here is because in SOC 100-2, this is going to happen all over again. And this is going to happen all over again in -3 and -4 and -5. Because while there is a foundation, what this actually looks like, just real quick, I'll actually do this on the iPad so you can see what I mean, is SOC 100-1 was the first kind of like Valley of Despair kind of thing. And then SOC 100-2 is going to do that curve all over again. You're going to kind of go through another cycle of this. That's what's actually going to be happening now as you go through the courses. So your baseline level of knowledge is going to increase, right? So this is now your actual true knowledge. And each course is going to continue to build on top of that. All right. And then what this actually looks like as a whole is, this is called experience. That's actually what's happening like under the hood. So you're going to kind of go through this continuous cycle of it all. Everyone in chat now. So cool. Yeah, good to have you back. Always good to have you here. It's bearded punching the air. Yeah, it's kind of what it feels like sometimes. Doug saying, yeah, hey Doug, morning man, welcome. Keep in mind you get imposter syndrome, which we all get. Yeah, I all the time. Realize that you're not Homer from Simpsons. Yeah, totally. Kim's asking how many years does it take on average to leave the imposter syndrome phases after knowing how vast the field is? You're always going to feel it. It's a natural human experience to go through. It's, to sum it up, what imposter syndrome is just walking into the room of everyone's smarter than me. Or I think or I feel like everyone knows more than I do. Yeah. I still experience it, but and everyone does, and you just have to sort of remind yourself that you just have to continue forward. It is a natural feeling of pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone bubble. So like if we were to look at ourselves as, if this was your comfort zone, and the only way to actually expand this comfort zone is to actually get a little hack. You got to pop that bubble. That's the only way. And then as soon as you do, once you pop that bubble, your comfort zone actually does this. And then it'll keep on doing that every single time. But the initial... yeah, that's right, Ariel. Oop. That initial feeling of like, you know, like you gotta like... It's really uncomfortable. And you're actually going to continue to feel that feeling every time you need to change your job, learn a new technology, start upskilling again. So you're going to have these periods, and that's what this like plateau, that's what that plateau of sustainability is. Like you're going to get there, and then maybe you'll work in the field for a year or two, but maybe then you're going to be ready to level up. You're going to take on a new skill set or get promoted, have a new responsibility. or change jobs. And you're going to go through this Dunning-Kruger effect all over again, and it's going to be really uncomfortable as you fall into that valley of despair. Every single time. How often this happens is going to be so relative. So here, let me share with you a story, okay? So like, I know some guys in the IT field that have been working in the hotel industry as system administrators, and they have been effectively working with the same technology and process for like 12 years. It's just like, sure, they've had to update a server, but it's not that big of a leap every time. It's basically the same job, just like in maintenance. I know developers that have to support old mainframe code, like old legacy code that, again, like you do that, and then you just stay at the plateau of sustainability. So it's entirely relative. The most uncomfortable you're going to feel is when you first start getting into the field, and then how after that, how often you want to start moving up or upskilling or changing your life around is just going to put you through this motion again. So when that's going to happen is going to be very, very relative to you and your circumstances. Maybe you don't want to keep leveling up that fast. Maybe you don't want to keep upgrading yourself, and you don't have to. Who says you have to, right? If you find a good job and you're happy with that and you provide value to it and you can support yourself and your family and your goals in your life, great. Just do that. And that's good. And then if you want to change that, then change it. But just know that whenever you want to do that and change things or learn something new like you're learning here today, you will experience this phenomenon, and that imposter syndrome occurs here in the Valley of Despair. That's when your confidence is at its lowest. CFG, thanks for the follow as well. So, you know, I kind of recapping all that, imposter syndrome really just is a low confidence level. Now, over time, your confidence will continue to boost because you're going to have gone through this cycle multiple times. And after the first time, the second time, it's not that bad. You start to feel better about yourself. You start to say, hey, wait a minute. I've done this before. I can do it again. And then your confidence goes up. So what this chart is not showing is that the dip to the Valley of Despair actually starts to not be as much of a drop. And if I can go back to the iPad, let's go. So it's actually like the first time is going to kind of level off here, and then the next time it's going to kind of go like this, level off, and so forth. So the distance from here and the time of being uncomfortable and feeling imposter syndrome is going to decrease every time you do this. And that's what expanding your bubble out is doing for yourself more and more. And that's why we always say, like, your first step of getting into a new career, a new field, is going to be the hardest and most uncomfortable, but then it just gets more and more easier after that, and smaller and shorter periods of uncomfortness and imposter syndrome. But again, it can be relative to you. Wu Ming, thanks for the follow too. 80s magic. Magic's in the work you are avoiding. Get out of the comfort zone every time. Fail to repeat. Yep. KS had to fight the final boss of firewalls yesterday and felt dumb. 100%. Technology changes so much it's impossible to stay on top for long. Learning new things always brings the feeling of forget this every time. It was just broken, KS. Yeah. That's the worst. Is like when you know something, right? And then it's just, yep, it was just actually broken. Like, senior roles always managerial type roles, not necessarily. No, they could just be more technical. Higher up doesn't always mean more stress. either. I would caution to stay away from like absolutes. I've met some senior technical managers that barely work. There's a guy I know, he works like his actual work. He works probably about 12 hours a week, but he gets paid for like a 40-hour a week job, and he's a senior. He's a senior technical manager. And so some jobs you can get paid very well to work less because it's the analogy of you come in knowing where to hit with the hammer, as opposed to just being the person hammering all the time, trying to find where to hit. You can get paid very well and work a lot less for just being very skilled and valuable, and you come in and you just do what you need to do and you leave. You'd be like, that's going to cost you 10,000, thanks, bye. So I would be really careful with absolutes and kind of very stern definitive statements of like that. You have to do some investigation. It's going to be a really relative, truly. What else are we saying in chat over here? Got to stay proactive. Yeah, Discord community. That's right, KS. Just stay active, stay proactive, stay consistent. Hades, you had a bug in your code 2 days ago. You tried to fix it, but the error message showed always the wrong place. You searched it for 8 hours to fix. Yeah, right. So like, okay, that is actually the perfect example of what I was actually just mentioning before coming in with where to hit with the hammer. So you spent the entire day looking for that, right? We all have that. Now, a senior who's been through that many times or have seen it before, they're going to come in and they will fix it in 2 seconds. And then they're going to get paid very well for those 2 seconds. They'll get paid for those entire 8 hours for the 2 seconds that they did the job because they had the experience and they knew where to come in and hit with the hammer. It doesn't mean that they're smarter than you. It doesn't mean that they're better than you. It just means that they have more experience. That's really it. Yeah, exactly. That's right, KS. So yeah, so you're saying it's just a role in which you're more experienced. Beardy, you felt so smart when you learned what the CIA Triad meant when you first started 3 years ago. Yeah, right, exactly. But before that, you didn't know. When you didn't know the CIA Triad was, right, your confidence was low, but then you learned it, and now you can kind of dance around the topic. But to the rest of your point there, you were at the peak of, right? It's gonna go back to the Kruger effect. You were at the peak of Mount Stupid, right? Like you thought you knew the most important knowledge in the world and you can get 6 figs. You fell into a lot of like the hype. We all have. You felt the same with NIST. Yeah, Kim Sockwench made me understand an artwork a friend of mine created 20 years ago about dev. That's funny and awesome at the same time. That's cool. Starflower. Going, your career goal is definitely something like a 12-hour work week. Yeah, I think we all aspire to that, right? Yeah, guys getting coffee. Cool. They've been through many battles. Yeah, nothing's absolute. That's right, Doug. A lot of CISOs, CIOs, CTOs, more operational, high technical, but a lot of meetings, yeah. Again, yeah, exactly. It depends on the company. I'm one of the lead cybersecurity analysts in a SOC 39 team for my full-time job, but the director of my team is also very technical. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Good conversation, good discourse. They're all really important talking points. We're gonna go through it all over again. So the why behind the SOC 100 course series, we've talked about this already. So this whole section is effectively the same. Just as a little heads up from the first one. So the community SOC analyst is exactly the same. If you want to stay connected, please go in and join our newsletter as well too. We have weekly updates, and we're going to talk more about some updates coming as well on the community SOC analyst side and such. So again, you can get experience put on your resume by being a community volunteer SOC analyst in Level Effect Discord by being part of this course. So you can do that, go fill out that form, and pad the resume a little bit. Go help out others, teach. So this is kind of an example of what that looks like. And then, of course, the same thing. Give us a little shout, LinkedIn, So the first section is exactly the same as SOC 100-1. Kind of clarify that. Cool. So we're going to be talking today about context of security. We're going to go through the cybersecurity industry module. We're going to be talking about context of security, so what it is, security controls, CIA Triad, defense in depth. We're going to talk about the zero trust and cyber hygiene concepts. We're going to be then diving into cyber threats and nation state actors. And then threat actors continued, threat vectors. So this is the agenda for today. And we'll take breaks, of course, every hour. Cool. Alrighty. Alright, so. What is cybersecurity, everyone? Let's start off with that. What actually is? What is cybersecurity? Is something you have to experience for yourself? What is it, chat? What is it? One hanging out over here. Yeah, the big questions, right? What are we doing? Why are we here? Why are we studying SOC 100-2? Why are we studying cybersecurity if we can't define what it is? Maybe we should start with that. Maybe we should start with what cybersecurity actually is. Him saying, defending against threats to digital infrastructure and data. Cap is saying, keeping everyone safe from Skynet. Far off, right? Jacobo, subject to protect assets and question mark. Stephen Abner, the process of protecting data and people's sensitive information. Part, defending data, networks, devices, threats. Not just that. To protect protection of digital assets and information. Proactively threats on data. Okay, so you see, the answers, while similar, are all different from person to person, isn't it? Isn't that interesting? Protecting resources from harm, physical, technical, etc. I think that should give you a very, very accurate portrayal of why this field seems confusing or feels confusing to start with. One, it's hard to define. Two, it's hard to summarize concisely. And that's sort of the inherent challenge and difficulty of getting started with cybersecurity. I've alluded to this in other streams and in other talks, that it's very much similarly, if you were to say, I want to be in sports, or I want to be a doctor. Okay? And if I were to turn to you and I were to say, well, can you define sports? You're going to do the same thing. You're all going to give me a bit of a different description of what it is. And that's what I'm trying to really paint across over here is, if we begin learning cybersecurity at a generalized, broad, vague definition of what it is, because you can't define it so concisely and you can't define it so technically in one simple way, that is going to have a compounding effect on everything else that you're trying to target yourself towards. So what I actually want to be able to do is I want to peel back a little bit. I want to express, what does security mean? Maybe that's easier to define. What does it mean to you to state that you feel secure? Let me ask you that. Peace. Yeah. Free from harm. Right. What does it mean to be secure? Nubin, thanks for the follow. Everyone else, come on. What does that mean? These are good initial answers. You're not worried about being compromised. You can function as intended and be at peace. Feel free. No harm. There's no worry. Okay. You feel safety. Now, all what cybersecurity is that those exact answers, but just put the word cyber in front and replace cyber with whatever it is in IT that you're currently trying to secure. If you want your users to feel at peace, safe, without having to worry about their IT, about using their workstation at work, you have provided cybersecurity. If you want your users to be using their work mobile devices free from harm, without being worried about being compromised, to feel safe using their devices, you are providing cybersecurity to them. And that's how you have to look at this. And there's very few times where I'm going to be so, like, dead set on saying that this is the way that you should be looking at something. I don't say that a lot. I try to be quite neutral and balanced about a lot of things, as much as possible. But there are definitive descriptions of what things are. And security doesn't exist on its own. It is a subset. of something else. It is a property of something else. If I were to say, what is the security level of your home versus what is the security level of walking outside, there are different factors you have to think about. But the overall intention of it is what we have just said in these past couple answers. At peace, free from harm, not worried about being compromised, you feel safe. There are no threats. There is nothing getting in the way of you feeling those feelings. So, security is a subset. It is a property. It is something of something else. It doesn't exist on its own. And that is a really important thing to understand. This is why we started off teaching you IT first, because cybersecurity is securing IT to provide a sense of security for your users. That is the target. That is the intention. It doesn't change than that. It is always that. That is what cybersecurity is. Now, there is also information security. And I think, let me ask everyone that over here in chat. Is there a difference between information security and cybersecurity? Have you heard a lot of the term of information security before? Maybe you've heard of InfoSec. Sarah, heard of it before? Securing data into property, yeah? So, to really start to understand why cybersecurity, original Black Hammer saying that you're in information security, we include physical items. Yeah, good. So there is some knowledge here already in the chat between myself and Ariel. I'm sure others as well, and listeners on the recorded stream. One protects the flow of information while the other protects technology. Information security is much more about protecting data in all its forms. While cybersecurity deals more with safeguarding those digital systems and networks that data goes through. Now, both areas work in tandem, really, to ensure, I guess, a comprehensive protection of your... That might be a good way to think about it. They are two facets of providing security to a company. Information security, protecting data in all forms. It could be paper. It could be files. It could be the door that accesses the server room. It is a large portion. Steven's saying, just a heads up, you may need to adjust sensitivity in your mic just a touch. I notice your voice gets muted for a split second. Yeah, I guess I could talk a little bit closer to it because I kind of moved back a couple times. 1 second. Get back into better posture over here. Okay, that should be a little bit louder. Thanks. So, chat a little bit. So to kind of backtrack a little bit, right? Security is really, it's the state of being free from danger, from threats. And it's very, very relative to individual and organizational needs. It's relative to you. How you need to feel secure is going to be different from another person for what they need to feel secure. So from Kim, Steven, CI, Bearded, Original, Ariel, like if I go up the chat, all of you in chat right now have a different level of comfort of what you need to feel secure. Companies are the same way. What a company needs to feel secure from another company is going to change drastically. Very different requirements. However, there is ways to generally implement security between companies, just like people, right? We have clothes, we have locks, we have alarms, we have general things that we can all relate to that provides a level of security to increase our sense of it. Okay? Going to a company level is very much the same way, and this is why you learned IT. You learned IT in SOC 100-1 to understand how things work, to now start securing them, because if you were to go to any company and apply what we're teaching you, you're going to be able to immediately increase the security level for them. That's the first step. The second step is going to be learning their organization's technology stack, their policies, their requirements, their preferences, and then providing security relative to those individual needs. And this is again sort of reinforcing the point of why you're going to hear me so much say to actually not memorize things as much and actually not become so much of a dictionary, because as long as you can get the baseline functional knowledge, which what we're teaching you is, of how things work, and now how to generally secure them from this course, and we're going to teach you like the email security, Windows compromise levels, and how to triage it, login event analytics, etc. Those modules in this course is going to teach you the general levels of security, much like how we, as humans, have locks, doors, clothes, alarms, etc. Those are things that can apply to anyone, just like how this course can apply to any company. But then when you get to the company and you start your job, the rest of your job is going to be learning more about the individual needs of that company to secure it, very much like how you would have to learn the individual needs of a friend or family member or stranger and their levels of comfort and their levels of security that they need to increase their level of security. Okay? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Like that description of kind of why I'm connecting all this together now. Cybersecurity is you learning the contents of what we're teaching you here to go to any company and provide a baseline level and increase their security posture, right? That's it. So you do not need to become the grandmaster memorizing everything. You just need to be able to provide a level of security that any company can benefit from. Then you will start to improve that security of the company by building upon the knowledge of the that general level of what we're teaching you. Kind of like if you were to have to install an alarm, you would then, like at home, right? You have maybe an alarm or camera or door lock system or something at home. You then would want to change the threshold of that, but you still need to understand how the alarm system works. That's what you're learning here. How to then tweak and adjust and tune that alarm system at the company is what it would be like going from home to home and then doing it there instead. So, let's kind of recap again. Security, in and of itself, is a property and characteristic of something or someone or some entity. And there is a general level that all things can feel secure by providing the sense of feeling safe and free from threat and harm and worry. Okay? That's the first part. Secondly, cybersecurity is then focusing on just the components of feeling safe and secure on the IT space. So the IT components of an organization. How to provide that level of security to those components so that everyone in the company can benefit. Information security is then a broader overarching view, which cybersecurity is sort of, a component of. Information security is providing that sense of security to all the possible data that can go through the IT systems. And it also includes the physical and all other components of where information can exist or persist, from people, voice, speaking, to paper, to files, to anything else inside the company is information security. And cybersecurity is just focusing on the technology that houses the information that goes through it. So, when we're going through this course and what we're going to teach you, we obviously can't and won't teach you every way to triage Windows. That doesn't make sense, right? We're not going to teach you every email security payload. That doesn't make sense either. We're not going to teach you every single event ID in Windows to look inside of Elk or Splunk or a SIEM. That doesn't make sense either. Because again, as long as you can generally do and perform those tasks, which we're going to expose you to some level of common threats to, then you can go to any company and apply that baseline security and then specialize further in their own needs for that company. That is what cybersecurity is you going into companies and providing the security that they need for their IT stack. So you see, it is a very contextual, relative, and hard to define property, because you have to understand what the object is that needs to be secured in the first place. I hope that kind of provides some more perspective of why you're even here today. And I hope that this maybe can change your mindset a little bit too. Instead of trying to go and master every course and every certification out there, start becoming a little bit more targeted in your efforts after you learn the baseline ability to perform this stuff. If you want to go and work in, I don't know, if you want to go work in the power grid, the power industry, resources, you're probably going to want to go and specialize on security-centric components of those things. Like, how do you keep a power plant secure? How do you keep a power grid secure? How do you keep natural resource production secure and energy? That becomes your target then. If you want to go and start securing financial data in the fintech, financial tech sector, or healthcare sector, while all of it is generally the baseline IT to begin with, you then want to start targeting your efforts towards those things that become a valuable and productive and helpful asset for them to provide security for those organizations and companies, because you can't do it all. So Ariel, yeah, thanks for clarity. Yeah, good. I'm glad it helps. Karina, it does. Thank you for the recap. Yeah, good. Steven, the wife is summoning you. That's all right. Like how Siri responded to that when I said Steven. Turn that off. Cool. So, are we all tracking, please, that we understand that cybersecurity is a subset and property of something else, and that something else is a baseline level of IT in organizations, which is commonly implemented, which is what we're teaching you and how to secure. But then further than that, requires specialization and dedicated training of yourself and that targeted interest. Please let me know. Please confirm. Yeah, cool. Good. Awesome. Cool. Good. Okay. I think if we've established that base, then we can actually begin. Now we can actually start getting more into the cybersecurity related things. Now we can talk more about physical security, security controls, and operational security, etc. Now we can start. Because if we were to start talking about any of that other stuff beforehand, you would start to fall into a bit of a trap where you feel like you have to memorize it all. We don't want that. Okay. So that's a good spot. Let's go take a little coffee break breather now. That's an hour in. And then we can dive into some more talking points. Sounds good? Abs. And we're going to start diving into context. Cool. Take a little bit of a break, everyone. I'll go fill up a little bit more coffee. Cool. All right, all right, all right. It's good. Okay, so I'm gonna start off with a box over here. Welcome back, everyone. Look at this visually. This is the box of secure. Okay. You could chop this up into a lot of different ways, however you want to do it, of what it looks like. You can maybe have a smaller realm within it. Call this life. Components of it. What we have here inside of your life is InfoSec. This is your data. Okay, anything like now inside of this is a further smaller component, and this is cyber. Okay. This is what focusing on. This is what we want to learn. We want to learn more about this box right here as it pertains to the whole concept of things. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to prevent anything from getting inside here. Okay, these purple arrows. Now, note how I'm drawing these arrows because threats can occur from more spaces around it. That's why I'm trying to draw some little squares around for you to see contextually where cybersecurity is fitting at like a model level. Because a cyber threat could occur from life itself, it could occur from the InfoSec space, and actually to be even a little bit more, I'm going to carve out another square. I'm just going to call this, not to say that IT is as much of a component of your life, but let's call this the IT colors. Look at this green. Okay, this is IT. Okay, and then InfoSec is a component of it, and there's other various chunks of security to it all, which is we're going to learn more tomorrow about, like governance, risk, and compliance and such. So you can see by these little purple arrows that I've been drawing around it is these are threats. Okay, I'm going to just say that these little purple arrows are threats. So a cyber threat could occur from life itself. It could occur from larger components of security, the security of the world. Right? Like as this bubble starts to grow out further in space and expand, we could actually start to understand that there are layers of security and layers of security in life beyond ourselves, people around us. And a cyber-based threat could occur from any of those spaces. And it could go all the way in and affect the state of security of anything that could be contextually considered to be cyber-related, which is IT. For example, if we had a flood that came in and started to destroy our servers, that is a environmental world-based threat that ultimately becomes a cyber threat because it disrupts and it causes harm and it disrupts the state of security and safety of our cyber-related IT devices. It also impacts it at an InfoSec level and an IT level. And that had nothing to do with technology to start with. That wasn't a hacker. That wasn't someone writing code in the basement. That was a flood, which could also become a cyber threat. So when you think about threats coming into cybersecurity and the threats that we need to contain, think about it from a high level contextual sort of zooming out view. And then think about all the different vectors that could make its way towards the cybersecurity square or bubble. And any of those that can make it through to any degree is therefore a cyber threat and is something that we need to provide controls or defenses against to mitigate and prevent. And honestly, I could stop there. I could actually just stop right there and say, if you can understand that, then you will always find a way to be effective in the cybersecurity field. Truly, I could probably just stop talking today and say, if you understand this point of what I'm trying to draw at a model level about how cybersecurity is now this zeroed in view of layers of different security levels, and your job is to secure the cybersecurity square or bubble. If you can do that and consider all the different ways that threats could come in, then you actually understand what cybersecurity is. And from there, you can start studying further on how to specialize in areas of protecting different sides of this square. Because truly, maybe on the left corner over here, we're going to be having like your SOC. Let's go. Might have your SOC, Operations Center. Okay. You might have engineering. And then you might have GRC. And now GRC is interesting because GRC actually is out here as well too. GRC lives in this space. It also lives above that as well. And actually GRC even lives all the way up here. And this is why you hear me talk about how important GRC is. And you're going to hear more about that tomorrow because of how many layers up it goes for the overall security posture. Does that make more sense? Like why you're even studying to become a SOC analyst? Or why you're studying like the SOC analyst skill set? Let me know. Unless everyone's still grabbing coffee on the break. Okay. So that's it. That's it. Like seriously, that is cybersecurity. Now I'm going to talk about a lot of other things. Hey Vernon, good to have you here. Glad you can make it in the weekend. So, look, I could now, and I am going to talk about more components to it all, and we're going to just zero in and kind of zoom in on this square now for the rest of the talk today, but more importantly, you should now have a better comfort level to be like, okay, well, I am going to focus on security on one of these components, one of these sides or arms, and then I'm just going to get really good at that. And while it's interesting to hear about physical security and operational security and policy and Internet of Things, industrial control systems, I mean, yada, yada. Like, I can keep going, right? I can keep, like, throwing out different layers of things to learn more about to provide more security to that specific place. The point is not to become a master of them all. The point is not to become a book that you have to learn about all of them and become good at all of them. The point is just to be aware that there are just different sections to become more proficient in. And the most important ones of what we're trying to start you off with, in from our opinion, is the SOC. The SOC analyst skill set of cybersecurity largely makes up a very important part of that square. So we're going to zoom in on that square a little bit here and talk more about why. Zeno, you missed, so ENG would just be like engineering, security engineering. Would pen testers be included in that box? No. Pen testers are not included in the box over here of trying to defend from threats. They are trying to be, pen testers act as these purple arrows. That's what a pen tester job is. And this is why when I talk about pen testing, I talk about how it's much more of like an auditing role, because you could be a pen tester focusing on threats from this square, like this level, all the way from like the world level or the life level. And if you're a pen tester there, like you're focusing on social engineering, or maybe you're focusing on, I mean, some companies might even be interested on like what is being spoken about them, like defamation. And that could be a way for you to be like a pen tester that way, or a red teamer, focusing on assessing or providing intelligence to the company, or what type of threats are out there that are trying to defame the company or destroy the reputation. That's a threat. That becomes a cyber threat. And a pen tester or a red teamer could be focused on those areas, or just a social engineering component, or just the technological components of trying to get into the network, or the email, etc. So again, kind of going back to this, like, this idea that there are these squares of them all, let's focus on just the cybersecurity square. So here is cybersecurity in that high-level view. Now what we have over here, on these four walls, is the SOC. Security Operations Center. This is why we are focusing and teaching you how to become a cyber defense analyst, which is a SOC analyst. This is why we don't teach you, like, this is why we're not a boot camp or training program that teaches you, like, everything. We a little bit of things just to generally understand it, but we are focusing on this course over here to develop your ability to become proficient in defending against cyber threats on these four walls, because it starts with the SOC. Now, the SOC analyst is going to provide cybersecurity against all the threats that work their way through the other layers, even inside. Okay? Because here, the box, here's the prize. This is where it all trying to get to. This is why we teach you the SOC analyst skill set, which provides cybersecurity to businesses as the first and last point of entry of where threats come in and threats go out. And what they're all trying to get to is the data. They're trying to get to the data in the center, that target. That's what is going on. Now, what do these threats look like when they get to this layer? Just call this like the Great Wall of SOC. Sure. Go with that. what happens is when these threats try to get through the defenses of what a SOC has set up, they do things. Things change. There's a reflection of activity. Here's the event, the log, the registry, the PowerShell. This is the reflective activity of what happens. Okay, we have a wall over here. As a SOC analyst, you have this viewpoint, which you'll learn more in this course now, of what alerts look like and logs and events. The SOC analyst skill set provides cybersecurity by being the defender, monitoring the first point of entry of these reflections of activity of threats. Events, logs, registry, PowerShell, etc. All the things that could happen at the Windows level of the operating system. The SOC analyst is monitoring and inspecting using tools, saying that's not normal, this is normal, cool, that's not normal, inspect that. When the threat comes in, and the same time when the threat goes out. So there's an infiltration and there is an exfiltration that's happening. Cybersecurity is largely this. That is largely what cybersecurity actually is this right here that you're looking at. There are other supporting roles that kind of provide some help to this, like Network Operations Center, like the NOC, right? They're focused a little bit more on the network level of events. But SOC analysts are looking at this, cyber defense analysts, cybersecurity analysts. They will provide the bulk of what cybersecurity is and how good it is doing. We'll get later into engineering and everything. But engineering is effectively the blacksmiths, you know, like we've all seen a sword and shield fantasy movie or something, right? The blacksmith is building tools, right? Giving swords and shields. But it's the soldiers and the warriors going out with those swords and shields and armor that are defending against the threat. And how good those tools are is what the engineers are doing. The engineers are building good tools for the warriors and defenders, which are SOC analysts, to go and actually defend against the threat. That's what security engineers are doing. But SOC analysts are the ones that are ensuring cybersecurity. So kind of at a high level there. I'm gonna go up in the chat over here. Now. So our double guesses why I always hear Sec Plus is a mile wide, inch deep. Yes, exactly. That is why. Because the Security Plus is a certification to look at this giant square that I have above of all the different layers of cybersecurity and InfoSec and security. And it wants you to generally understand all of that. That's what the Security Plus certification is. That's why I say it's good and it's important to have and it's a good theory. But if your target is to become a SOC analyst, you're also going to need to become proficient in the practical competencies of that role, not just the certification itself. That's why the certification doesn't get you a job. It allows you to talk about it. It allows you to talk about the job. Bearded, so Doug got you. I think about the offensive picture. Yeah, better defend. Right. Original Black Hammer. So I think you think we're selling the course short. You're enrolled, doing another far more expensive boot camp, and this one is miles ahead. I appreciate that, man. I know, and so that's why we made the SOC 100, and that's one of our missions. Is I'm tired of hearing that. I get this. I kid you not. It happens like on a monthly to bi-monthly basis where there's a student that reaches out and has paid a lot of money for something and feels very shorted. That's why it's one of our mission statements with SOC 100 is to get the message out there that that there is a way to have a more provided, I guess like a higher quality targeted learning experience to a specific thing, as opposed to just providing you a rehash of the Security Plus, which is what we feel has become a little bit commonplace, which is unfortunate. Your company's paying for that one. You're glad because it's a joke and you feel bad for the people. Well, yeah, right, exactly. they think they're getting high value because there's a lot of training out there that focuses on talking about all of what I just said, right? Like the layers of security to everything. And you walk away and you feel good. You feel like you've learned something. But this is what's happened. You went up and you're sitting on the peak of Mount Stupid with the Dunning-Kruger effect, and you feel very good. Your confidence is very high. And then a lot of the training programs stop short right there, and they just kind of leave you hanging and like, well, you know, we kind of showed you everything. Here's like the baseline level. This is cybersecurity. Now do the rest. And that's where a lot of students kind of found their way to us, which is now why we've made this program, to get the message out there and demonstrate to everyone that you can go through it, and we're gonna get you out of the valley of despair. That's kind of what we're doing here. It's just, I've heard that too many times. So I appreciate the message, and I hope that when you guys are listening to this, I hope you're finding this value and sharing that. And I hope that you, as all of you watching the stream and recorded content, I hope that you hear this message too and you share that as well too. The more the message gets out, the more people can benefit. That's truly it. The more people can start to hear. Duke's, good to have you back at the call today. Good to have you actually with us. Yeah, DevOps, exactly, right? CISA Plus. Yeah, CISA Plus is not bad. Psych Plus definitely helped you feel more confident, getting more practice going. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, your confidence level goes up, exactly. Hot garbage. So you've taken a lot of courses, you can definitely tell the difference between people who create the content, are passionate, care about students getting out of it. You can. And it's interesting you say that, because I think the smoke is clearing, and I think there was a lot of training that capitalized in 2020 and provided a very accessible, here's the peak, and we're going to charge you a lot and you're going to feel confident, but when you get to the job interview, sorry, you know, we did what we said we would do. I think that smoke is clearing, and I think enough people have made enough comments online through Reddit and through LinkedIn that there is a general lack of further quality training, that the smoke is clearing, that people are seeing through that now. Truthfully, that's how I feel. From my own experience and just from speaking with students as well. You can tell the difference. At first, I think people could tell the difference too, but there weren't enough people talking about it that they didn't feel validated, and I think they just felt alone. Of like, hey, I went to a boot camp, I don't know anything, but I don't want to say that. And if I do, I might not have a reference. Or if I do, it's going to expose that I am the only one saying it, and well, if others don't feel that way and they don't say it, well, then they're going to go on and get a job, and I'm not, because I've now made it public that I don't know anything, right? But slowly enough students started to kind of recount their experiences online that the general reputation and message got out enough of like, hey, wait a minute, like, these training programs are good, but they're very, very overvalued for what they're offering. And I've talked about this before, is that is the danger of learning cybersecurity in the current landscape. It's not to say that the other training providers are inherently bad or malicious threat actors, okay? And I've said that before too, it's not that they're inherently bad, it's just a lot of the training programs had sprung up very quickly in the cybersecurity space, copying and mirroring the web developer bootcamp scene of, hey, we're going to teach you all the entry-level skill set and then you're good, which kind of worked for web developers because you could go on the job and it wasn't entry level really at that time. You would have a mentor or someone to train you. But the problem, and I think a lot of training providers also realized that when they saw the results of their students, which surprised them, is that it didn't reflect the same level of success, because cybersecurity is not entry level, and you can understand that now by everything that we're walking through and explaining how deep it is and how it's actually a subset, right? That's what I think has actually happened, to kind of comment off that, which is, I think, important state. So Ariel, you seem to have, yeah, written ahead because when I ran across the class, you feel the alignment. You had a plan? Yeah, that's good to hear. So you've run across several people recently who had attended boot camp and had no clue where to go, no skills. Yes, exactly. So hot garbage has got to start somewhere too. Absolutely. Utkar, cybersecurity requires knowledge of almost everything about computers and networks, which is crazy. I mean, yeah, yes and no. So Utkar, I'm not sure if you were hanging around in the beginning, or if you just kind of got in here now, but that's what I'm talking about, is that cybersecurity is a subset within information security, which is a subset within IT. And to kind of target and say, hey, I want to start off as a SOC analyst right away, you don't need to know everything about all of the computers and networks above it, but if you have a targeted path of getting there, it will expedite your way. And that's kind of what we're focusing on. So yes and no. Like, you do need a good level of knowledge, but you could overwhelm yourself. So Duke's saying, I'll say that you're guilty of the slide. When you got your Sec Plus, I still felt like I was missing out. I started doing Try Hack Me, and now I'm on 931 day streak, and I still feel like I'm missing out on some things that LFX is filling. That's awesome to hear, Duke. Yeah. Very cool. Bearded Ruckus, you've seen a course be sold for $500 just to give you the introduction theory for GRC. Yeah, it happens. Duke finally slope with Lightman. Yeah, you're getting there. It takes some time. Good cars to your data scientist. Yeah, cool. So, data science, right? You studying data science has a direct correlation to understanding the algorithms and data analytics and techniques and processes that support detection engineering of a cybersecurity skill set. And so, like, if someone like yourself started with data science and went that route and then wanted to pivot to cybersecurity, a logical entry point would be detection engineering. You may not necessarily even have to go and develop all the related IT experience to support becoming a SOC analyst, when you could get directly into learning about threats and vectors of what a SOC analyst defends, and then you can just apply your skills and knowledge to become a detection engineer and support them with better tools. And you don't necessarily even have to work as a SOC analyst to get there. So yes, that's what I'm trying to say is, yes and no. It sort of depends. It's very relative. It's because cybersecurity is such a relative need to different companies and to what you have to offer. So everyone has their own story of where they're going to have to go because of how relative security actually is. My level of security is very different than yours and everyone else's, just like how every other company's is. So it's important to keep in mind. Cool. So, you know, talking about all that, now that we're kind of here looking at things in general. Yeah, there's different routes. I think we've cleared up information security. Let's talk a little bit about... Now let's kind of zoom in on this square a little bit more, right? And it's kind of highlight some of the things that you're going to be involved with more in cybersecurity. Physical security is going to be one. Some of you will be working with access controls like physical cards, devices, things that, like, you can touch, cameras, activity feeds, etc., that are like recording like that human layer. So physical security is a component, depending where you go, that you have to generally be aware of. You might have like little USB sticks, thumb drives, card readers, biometrics, etc. You might be involved at that actually inside of the cybersecurity space. by adjacent, because like a company doesn't necessarily need to hire someone to be a dedicated physical security person from an IT level. You might have security guards that come and like do their rounds, but you might actually be involved to that end. It's less likely, but it's an important point to highlight that physical security might actually be something that you're involved with. You might have to actually be involved with defending or reviewing pen tests that revolve around physical security, like getting access to the server room and such. Physical security also includes physical security also includes like backups, disaster response, remember what I said? A cyber threat could be a flood. So you might have to actually be involved in some of the planning and process related to business recovery, disaster recovery, business continuity. These are some common things around business continuity. You idiot. Continuity, of course, is just keeping the business continuing. That's also security. So that's going to be something that I think you might actually be involved in. It's good to be aware of. Pen testers might be coming in and using different exploits, key cards, biometric locks, etc., kind of performing their own attacks to get inside of like the server room and the company, and you might have to actually be involved in that. So that's something to be aware of. It's a little less common, but it's an area that we like to highlight, something to be aware of. Well, now another big component to cybersecurity is operational security. This is called OPSEC. This is something that you're going to be hearing more and more. It's actually a little more common. First one. And OPSEC is effectively, it's like providing a layer of security around the tasks you perform to ensure security. That's what OPSEC is. And it goes both ways. So I'm actually going to switch colors from that yellow SOC because I think it's getting a little bit orange now. Let's look at that Great Wall of SOC, right? We have threats coming in. Now, these threats, they might get stopped right here, right? That could happen. That could happen. But if one of these SOC analysts then went online and shared everything that they're doing, and one of these threats is listening to that, well, then maybe next time this threat is going to know how to get around the SOC. So operational security is the concept of what layers of security do we have to prevent that blue. OPSEC. It's another layer of security around the SOC to not let anything get out that shouldn't be there. It's a way for you to protect, essentially, the information about how your organization conducts its activities. It's ensuring confidentiality. And attackers have OPSEC as well, too. Attackers do the same thing the other way around. An attacker stages infrastructure, maybe in the cloud. Maybe the attacker builds something in AWS, right? They don't want that information out. They hide their IP addresses so you don't know the geolocation they're coming from. That's OPSEC. That's why they're doing it. Otherwise, they would just keep coming at you from the same IP address. It's more about making sure that you can't follow their tracks. So Duke is saying, yeah, do not tell the enemy where you are going or what you're doing. It's just not revealing your plans. Yeah. That's really it. So, like, for example, you know, if, say you're having, like, a data breach investigation happening, right? This is why companies go so quiet. This might actually help you understand that more now. You know when there's, like, a massive breach happening? Like, remember you, like, when CrowdStrike was kind of blowing up, too? And it, like, mums the word? That wasn't even a data breach, right? That was like that was a cyber threat because it took down a lot and it disrupted a lot. But every time you hear a company about them being hacked, that's why they're not talking, right? That's why you hear such a delay before it gets to the public audience. It's not that they're trying to hide things from you, like the innocent person that is just experiencing the fallout of it all. You're just collateral damage. Sorry to kind of break that to you, but you're just collateral damage in it all. They have to be quiet about it in some way. I mean, obviously they should share some level about like a breach or compromise when the time comes, but they have to be quiet because if they start sharing what actually happened, well then other attackers are going to go and mimic the attacks all they can and get in. Just how it goes. That's why. That's what OPSEC is. And so you can see operational security actually has an impact across a lot more. So you as a SOC analyst and working in the field might be involved with the policies and processes related to, well, what happens when we're breached? What channels are allowed to talk? You know, I used to work in hotels and we'd have radios. So if there was like every department had their own channel. And if there was something major that happened, we would all have to like go to channel 1 or something. That's OPSEC. So those of you that are working in different fields, you might be exposed to operational security without even realizing it. And again, it's just to make sure that only it's basically going like to a channel of like need to know basis. Who needs to know what, and let's make sure no one else knows that. That's it. So I'm kind of hammering that point a little bit because I think some of you probably have this level of transferable experience working with operational security related tasks and things that is transferable to you working in this field that you should be cognizant of. So operational security is a component of it. Let's go take a look now. That video. So that's the general context of it all. Let's talk a little bit about security controls, and then we're going to jump into the CIA Triad. Super important. So, stream 2. Bearded used to do security for a criminal courthouse a few years ago. Lots of attempts for social engineering there. Oh yeah. Tons. Tons. So that's a lot of good experience that I think you could bring over to where you want to go. Or just what you're currently doing. Okay. So let's talk about security controls now. Because I think a lot of students, when you first hear this, it's hard to contextually think, like visualize what is a security control. And to keep it real simple and to the point, a security control really is just, it's a measure or practice or policy or a piece of technology to protect against certain threats. Going back to the old SOC. Maybe we have emails coming in with malicious PDFs. Well, a security control would be something like file extensions being monitored. On email. That's one. That's a security control. That's it. 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 Doesn't get more complicated than that. So now, if I were to tell you that, well, another security control could be an antivirus. It could be a group policy. Remember you learned about group policies? That's a security control. So, do you all remember when we made the group policy for preventing PowerShell script execution? So Duke is saying he made a Rickroll and tried to email it to myself and Google and I sent it to not bat file extension. Maybe try changing it. Cool. So Karina's saying, yeah, you remember? You made the group policy in PowerShell script execution. Do you all understand a little more now why we showed you how to create a group policy so you can understand how to work with them? That was a cybersecurity task. That was a security control. And those security controls are what makes this wall of SOC that much stronger. Welcome back, Steven. That's it. That's why. That's why you learned group policy. That's why you learned how to set up a server in different roles. That's why you learned segmentation. Splitting up users into different groups and accounts. Those are all security controls. Now, when do they actually become a security control? I want you guys to tell me. What makes a group policy a security control versus an IT business requirement? Kim Fried getting your staff something like Pine phones and YubiKeys. Yeah, totally. Yes. So companies will always try to spend as little money as possible. Duke Norris, when you use it as a security control? Define that. Define it. What does that mean? Ariel, when the security team brings it up. Ariel has experience in working with security teams, don't you? When someone tells you, No, come on. What did we just talk about at the beginning of all this? What is security? What makes a group policy become a security control instead of an IT business requirement? When it gets implemented? Come on. Come on. Think more. You guys got this. Group policy more tailored to specific areas where IT is more generalized. When it is used to protect from threats. Yes. When it prevents access to other groups. Yes. I'll take that too. Last two answers good. When it is used to protect from threats. When it is providing safety. When it is preventing harm. When it is letting their users feel safe. Then a group policy becomes a security control. But understanding how to create group policies... I mean, no, I wouldn't say that, Beard. It's a group policy is more tailored to a specific areas where IT is more general. No, you're not there. I think you're falling into the despair right now. Look, we've just started talking about it today. It's going to take a little bit more to click. Whatever you do in IT starts to become a security-related task when it's related to preventing these threats trying to come in. Then all of the IT knowledge we taught you starts to become security-centric. And that is why we have a cybersecurity field now, is because so much of it has been extracted out from IT, because the attack surface has increased so much, from mobile phones to Internet of Things, to laptops and iPads, and you name it, what have you. Everything's connected now. So we've now extracted cybersecurity out to just focus on all the security of those devices and let the IT team be the ones to just go and implement them and manage them. So it becomes a security control or a cybersecurity related task or objective when we're trying to ensure or instill security somewhere within this model over here. Hot garbage is easy for you to overthink. Yeah, of course it is. This, like I said at the beginning, right? Like this is why it's so. It's a hard hurdle to get over because it is hard to define. But it'll get easier. You just got to keep going through the Dunning-Kruger effect. Okay. Okay, so let's kind of break out controls a little bit more. Might make it a little bit easier too. Well, we talked about physical. Right? Physical, security controls, kind of one category. Again, you're not going to remember every one, so just kind of remembering at a high level some of the more common categories for what we have over here. Technical. So technical would be like antivirus, firewall. Procedural, and like kind of policy. So that could be something like social media policy. How many of those of you here have a social media policy at work? I remember when there was a time that there wasn't. Acceptable use. Patch management. Yeah. So even sometimes you find it hard to communicate your thoughts effectively. That's probably because you haven't had to do a lot of it yet. When you're put on the spot of having to explain something for the first time, hardly anyone does that well. The banner that shows up when you log into your work computer, yeah, all good things. And then finally, the last one would be the requirements. Usually like regulatory stuff. Yeah, regulatory, let's call it that. Kind of like a highlight. Yeah. As well too. So if you want to kind of throw some roles, have to find somewhere not safe for work. So if you want to kind of throw some roles or domains where this kind of stuff fits, right? So security controls can largely be considered up to like 4 major categories, if you want to mention that. So physical. And so we have physical, technical, procedure, /policy, and then a regulatory. That's typically like the 4 major categories for security controls to provide layers of cybersecurity to a company. Technical is what we're training you on. We're training you to be very, very, very effective with the technical list of security controls. That is like the triage skill set, understanding the operating system, events and logs, etc. So that's what SOC 100 is. It's a huge focus on that. Make you very technically proficient. Now, SOC also gets involved a little bit with implementation of procedure, so that's why we taught you like how to build group policies, how to manage Windows and Linux, how to administer it, because you'll be involved in that a little bit. Like, sure, IT is going to be largely that, and the DevOps areas around it, but you're going to be involved in it. But you can see by kind of looking at this list of security controls, GRC eats up almost 50% of it right away. Do you note how I didn't write pen testing or red teaming inside here? Does that make more sense? Why I sort of, yes, it's cybersecurity, but it's actually quite removed. Because it's not really involved in the security control process. It's an auditing of it. So pen testing is about auditing these. Yeah, so Duke falls into another area. Exactly. Yeah, it's now you see, pen testing requires a knowledge of these controls to be able to audit them, but it's not in the day-to-day. It's not in the day-to-day procedures and efforts involved in providing cybersecurity to a company, and that's why you don't typically have a pen tester in every company, or you have like pen testing firms or independent contractors that do it, and then come in and audit companies who have already implemented cybersecurity. That's why it is such a smaller share of the market. See, like it's these things start to connect, right? Like there's reasons why we have these sort of like clear-cut ways to say what things are and they aren't when you start breaking them down logically of what they actually are. Cool. CI says I did pen testing as a contractor. Yeah, contracted for a number of years. Oh. Let's go back now. This is why we don't teach you or have you spend so much time on all the other stuff. SOC analysts are here at the heart around the SOC perimeter. Cybersecurity analysts are focused on working with technical security controls for technical implementation and technical defenses to secure data to provide cybersecurity and safety to a company. The other roles around it provide layers outside of that. GRC, and that's why GRC is a high-level domain. And that is why you could work in GRC and you may not be that much of a technical person, because you don't necessarily need to know that much about technical controls at a level of a SOC analyst does, because that's not your weapon of defense. Your weapon of defense, if you work in GRC, is policy and process and procedure that you can build around the SOC that is guarding the data. So there's a reason why we have categories of security controls. CI is asking, so are the same companies and level effect websites still hiring? I mean, I don't know. We don't have like a one-to-one relationship with all those employers like any other company. I would say you'd have to check. Companies are always typically hiring. Just check each one. So does this image make more sense, everyone? Like where these security controls kind of fall in? Does this start, again, making more sense? Like what cybersecurity is? Now we have technical controls that sort of define, and we start to understand where the SOC fits. and what the SOC analyst is supposed to be doing. And if those of you that are really interested, and this is why it's good to know general supporting knowledge about the other security controls, like the GRC space we'll cover tomorrow, but it's not like you need to spend a whole ton of time on it. And if you want to, then great. Then you should become a GRC analyst or a GRC professional. Sure. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Making good sense. That's what security controls are. That's really it. So let's take another break. And then we're going to come back and we're going to dive into the CIA Triad, defense in depth, talk a little bit about zero trust, and go from there. Cool, cool, cool. Study break time. 7-ish minutes. One. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Talk about the CIA. Okay. So if you haven't worked might just be me kind of moving around. Near the mic or okay. So if you haven't worked with a triad type of model before, let's kind of break down why these things. Actually. Okay. All right, well, I'm going to break that down. Okay, so triad models, triads. Triads are based off of the triangle shape. So the triangle is like a very balanced geometric shape, right? It's the first point of when we start to introduce the concept of balance with shapes. And this is why it's a common type of model. Like you'll see this throughout IT and tech, and things start to reference when you have a triangle with 3 sides and 3 points, 3 vertices. You effectively have a relationship between all 3 of them that is even at all times, and is really simple and concise to understand. That's why like the triad model is you see this commonly. And now what cybersecurity has come up with the industry has come up with a way to quantify and qualify. So 2 things there. Anything that could be a cybersecurity related effort at a high level. And what we came up with is something called the CIA Triad. And the CIA Triad is effectively a guiding model, sort of like a compass, on where you're going or what you're currently doing. How does this not... Why is this missing availability thing? 1 second. Okay. Oh, wow. Why is that such a... Once again. It's a tiny image. Come on. Sure. We'll go with this one. That looks like it should. Still not. Okay. We're going to go with this. And what we have here in the bottom is confidentiality. So we have confidentiality, integrity, and availability. All right. See, I was saying notes are blocking screen. Are they? Oh, maybe that was before when I kind of started talking, but it shouldn't be now. Let me know if it is. Okay, so we have confidentiality, availability, and integrity. These are the 3 pillars, the 3 arms of what cybersecurity is trying to ensure and try to protect. So when we talked in the beginning about what does security mean, right, to us as individuals, security to us as people could mean a lot of different things to one another, but like I said, that there are some commonalities. Like we wear clothes, we have cameras, we have doors and locks, and we have things to keep us feeling safe and secure. We have a nice warm blanket when we're sick, right? Things like that. We have things that keep us secure and feeling safe. And it's hard for us to sort of describe what that's like, and that's why we get into other types of models, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You're familiar with this if you've ever come across this type of model before. Again, based off a triangle. Come on. Wow. With these images. Okay. I'm going to actually click on one of these. There we go. All right. It's because I was opening thumbnails. That's why I cheat. Bearded says a compass of where you're going and what you're doing. Yeah, man. I mean, that's really it. That's really it. Kind of like when we try to establish like our needs as humans, there are psychological studies that are done in this to be able to come up with frameworks and models and such for us to be able to express this as like a level of predictability, right? Like when we talk about the human level of security and needs as we kind of go up, we first start off with like physiological, like are we hungry, thirsty? Like how do we secure that? Then we're safety, and then social, self-esteem, and then self-actualization is sort of like the big thing. This is common. Like there's always models to be able to explain these concepts. And the CIA Triad is really no different. It's just focusing on a way to, again, qualify and quantify what we're doing and where we're going in cybersecurity to provide security to companies at a cyber level. So what it looks like is this. It's three things. So regardless of the security controls, regardless of your role, regardless of the domain, regardless of whatever you're doing, your job title, your tasks, it all comes down to this. If you are providing confidentiality or integrity or availability to a company, then you are providing cybersecurity. You're doing your job. That's what your value is in this field, in cybersecurity, as these three things. And this is a way to really, really look at it, high level, to put it into these categories. So what do they mean? And cybersecurity is not a trick magic show trying to deceive all of you. I've said this before, that when you're not sure what a word means for cybersecurity, it's like a 99% chance it means the exact same thing in regular day-to-day context. Let's walk through it like that for an example. Confidentiality. If I were to share a secret with you, I would share that to you confidentially, and I would hope that you don't share that with others. That's confidentiality. Those that need to know it, and no one else. Integrity. Integrity means trust, right? If you know someone you can trust, if you were to have to describe their characteristics, you would probably say, well, I can trust them. They say what they mean what they say. They don't lie. I can trust that whatever they're going to do or say is generally going to be exactly it. Yes. Yeah, so Duke, exactly, yeah. So like from like a data perspective, right? One way of ensuring integrity is ensuring that the information is correct, like having a hash. We looked at the get hash commandlet in PowerShell to see the thumbprint, and we're going to talk more about cryptography after the new year, and encryption and encoding. Those are all like integrity mechanisms. Integrity is the same thing. It's like, do we trust And trust looks like a lot of different things from a cybersecurity lens. And then finally, there's availability. Availability is exactly it. Is it available? Now, why is it so important to understand that this is a triad? And that is to say that these three things balance and lean off of one another. A good cybersecurity solution and security program ensures all three of these things. And I'll give you an example. Yes, exactly, Duke. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So make sure that if I were to look at maybe combining two of them, right? Confidentiality and availability. Okay? That is to say exactly what Duke said over there. That the right information is available to the right people and only they know it when they need to know it, whenever they need it. That's confidentiality and availability. That's a good cybersecurity solution. If we wanted to add integrity to that, we could also say that those people that have access to data that only they should have whenever they need it is also going to be the expected data that they need and want all the time. That is an integrity and availability and confidentiality solution in one. That is where we want to go with our efforts. Now, there's going to be obviously times when there's things that they don't really truly overlap, but generally, that's what that is. So, if you had, let's go through an IT issue, okay? If you had a user that was trying to go to a website and it kept redirecting them somewhere else, and their DNS was the problem, that's an IT issue. That's also an availability issue. If you're working in IT and you set up group policy for two users to have access to the same folder when they shouldn't, and only one of them should have that, well, it takes an IT level of knowledge to ensure you can do the process and procedure, and it takes a cybersecurity perspective to ensure that they shouldn't have access to it. Only one of them should, I should say. If we have a Windows server that keeps on failing, and every time it comes back up, it is corrupting some of the user's data share, that means you can't trust the data anymore. That means we have an integrity issue. That means we have a cybersecurity problem now. So you see, if you're working in cybersecurity, you have to have the IT underpinning knowledge to be able to solve and work with the problems that come up that become cybersecurity problems. I'm just trying to reinforce that a little bit harder. And this is a compass. If in doubt, if you are ever wondering how you can become a better cybersecurity professional, do one or more of these three things, and you will be doing your job and you will be doing it well. So, to give you a bit of like an idea how you can think about that, my recommendation that seems to have clicked with generally everyone that I kind of share it this way is think about how these things can be compromised. Or rather, what is the opposite of these three things? So, we talked about the concept of being authorized access. Authorized means you're allowed to do something. If I have access to data that only I'm supposed to have, then what does that mean from an IT level? That means I am authorized to have access. So what is the opposite of that? Which becomes a cyber threat, is unauthorized access to my data. Exactly. Similarly, let's look at the other arms. Availability. What is the opposite of availability? Unavailability. Anything that is trying to cause the unavailability or the denial of availability is a cyber threat. And that is why a flood coming in from the environment becomes a cyber threat, because it falls under the arm of availability, which also, when we looked at those models above with the squares and such, we can see how life levels of security can infiltrate the cybersecurity layer. What about integrity? Or denial of service attack? Yes. Yes, US SOC analysts work with technical security controls. So you will be dealing with threats that are trying to bypass and break down your technical defenses. But it doesn't mean that they have to start at a technical level. Now let's talk about integrity. Integrity is trust. What is the opposite of trust is a lack of it or mistrust. Anything that is causing the lack of trust or the mistrust of a situation is a cyber threat. So you can see, like, those are three really broad things. But this is what we do. This is what cybersecurity is about. So when we talked earlier on today, we were trying to discuss how to define cybersecurity. Well, here you go. Cybersecurity really, I mean, you can say this in multiple ways now, but cybersecurity really is about preventing threats from taking place that could cause unauthorized access, unavailability, or mistrust under the context of anything that is IT that supports data going through it. Again, you can kind of change the wording to that to your preference, but that is it. That's the baseline security that we're actually trying to provide in cybersecurity as an industry. So thankfully, we have a model that we can refer to and fall back to, that we can all start speaking the same language and using the same terms and definitions, so that we don't have ambiguity and we don't have arbitrary ways to define things and that they're so loose. Because if everyone is trying to describe what cybersecurity is, and everyone's saying different things, and it can mean anything, or rather, if cybersecurity means everything, then it doesn't mean anything, right? So at some point, you have to be able to come back down to a level of logic and say, well, what are we actually talking about here? Yes, we're talking about security first. Security being the safety and prevention from threats and harm. And cybersecurity is ensuring that level of safety to IT-related technology. But what are those elements that it's providing safety and security? Is this. These three pillars. So if you can provide these three things, then you have a position, you have a job, you have value. If you're working as a SOC analyst, you're trying to prevent threats coming in that would eventually lead to or gain to unauthorized access. Or threats that are trying to create a breach of trust, or threats that are trying to deny availability. Three things. That is it. You're just trying to prevent three types of major threats. And that's easier to digest when you think about it that way, right? When you think that, hey, I have three core sectors that I need to ensure that are safe, that I'm doing my job, that starts to feel like it's tangible. It feels like there's a meaning to it, and that there's a purpose and there's a why. Does that make sense? Is that unclear? Good. Good. Good to hear. Yeah, so Duke's saying pillars. Yeah. Joe, I'm very clear. Tom, yeah, good. Steven. See, he's going to kick some threat actor assets. So Steven, so yes, clear, but would you mind sharing an example of the negative effects of prioritizing one element too much over the others? I think it's an important issue. For instance, if something is confidential and maintains integrity but isn't available, it becomes useless. I think you just answered yourself. Like, there you go. Like, that's exactly it, right? What's the point? If I have access to a service or software that is confidential, and only I, or rather maybe me and a couple others have access to it, but every time I try to access the data, it's different, what's the point? Like, every time I go to the folder, everything's changed. So that means that there's no integrity. So, like, what is the actual point of that? That's what that means. Conversely, if you have one of these solutions and you don't have the others, then it's not a triangle anymore. It's not a triad. And therefore, you don't have cybersecurity. If I have a company network that is so secure that no one can do their job, well, then I don't have availability, do I? Like, it's just not available. It's so secure that it takes them like 6 hours to log in through all the different hoops and security controls for them to do like 10 minutes of work. That's a really bad cybersecurity solution. That's why this is a triad. That's why this is balanced. This is why it's a triangle. You don't want to be an egg. That's right, Hogger. Defense in depth helps slow an attacker enough so they go find somewhere easier. Yeah. Someone. Yeah, and that actually does lead us to the next point, is after the triad, we get this concept of something called defense in depth and then zero trust. Bearded saying, yeah, going back to 70s. Yeah, that's actually it. So where security juggles going back to 70s, where it was just made for speed efficiency, but not security. So it's not that great. And now we're dealing with the aftermath. Guest is back. Cool. Yeah, good to have you. Working away, lurking, all good. All right. Okay. So defense in depth. So we have defense in depth as a concept to make the implementation of the CIA Triad easier for us to work as employees and company members. So remember, cybersecurity is a non-revenue generating area. Okay? That means we also have to balance implementing confidentiality, availability, and integrity at a level that is as least disruptive to the business as possible, so that the business can make money so that you have a job. Hawker is saying that AgGum developers. Yeah, okay, so they just want to work fast, you know? It's everyone does. Everyone just wants to go and log on their computer and do their job and not have to worry about this nonsense, right? So we have this concept. We have two things here that make this easier for us. One of them is called defense in depth. And defense in depth is kind of like what I mentioned at the iPad. Going back, and you can see, right? Like this image that I have here on the iPad is very similar to this image here of common models of circles kind of going up of larger shapes. We have layers of security to make this as least disruptive as possible to individual points, both for the threats to get through and also for the users to do their job. The security onion, yeah, like layers of an onion. That is what defense in depth is. It's layers. It means that we should have a layer of security between the different layers of different levels of security. Kind of like this model over here showing us like device, application, computer, network, physical, policies, procedure, and awareness. If we can put in a little bit of security along the way at all layers, it's going to make it a lot harder to get a single attack that is good at getting through all of them to get to the data. And it also, by extension, disrupts as little to the overall company as possible, because every single person that can feel a sense of disruption can only feel disrupted in the area that they are responsible of, in their area of control. Someone in accounting is only going to experience the security controls around them. They're not going to experience the level of security around other departments. They're not going to experience the security you have at the demarcation point, to the router, to the switch, to the cables, to the other switches, to the subnets, to the workstations, to the antivirus, to the EDR solution, etc. So what we try to do is put in as many layers as possible through all the different levels of IT, and that's what defense in depth is. It's just layering security controls, the 4 of them. So when we go back to this concept over here on our model, this is a layer. This is a layer. That's a layer. This is another layer. And many more layers inside of it. That's what defense in depth is. The opposite of defense in depth would just mean you just have one layer. You have a single layer of defense. The opposite of defense in depth would be, instead of going at the wall of your one layer, well, you're just going to go walk around it, get your data. That's why we have it. That's all. That's just it. So let's talk now about another way of implementing the CIA Triad, and that's zero trust. And zero trust really just, it can be summarized the following. That's what zero trust means. Zero trust means to trust but verify. It just means to assume that whenever there is an interaction where you have to prove your identity or prove your level of authentication required. It's a trust but verification check. It just assumes that you're not who you are. It's like, cool, you're telling me that you are who you are, but you just need to prove that. It's the same thing like if you were to go and try and get some alcohol, right? You provide your ID. That's really it. Yeah, multi-factor authentication is another way to describe what zero trust actually is. That's really it. I'm saying is, in your opinion, if the intranet was treated like a DMZ, would improve security? Yeah, it really would. Effectively, if there was a continuous loop of verification of identity, you would have a lot less issues. Bearded Rex says, you look old enough for a beer, but let me see your ID. Yeah, kind of like that. And this is just another concept of... Yes, it's just another concept of what we just talked about. Another layer. I'm just going to say it. Defense in depth. That's what zero trust is. Zero trust is just another level of defense in depth. It's just another layer inside of that. Yeah, says, yo, you got ID the other day, told lady to give me a Coke, and I didn't have an ID. What? Wait, why were you getting ID to buy soda? What am I not seeing there? Hot Garbage Bouncer says, I know your ID is good, but I need to check all your friends you're trying to bring in as well. Exactly. That's just... Now, this is all well and good as a concept. Now, how is it actually implemented? If I were to say what level of the CIA Triad does zero trust fall into, where do you think it falls under? Authentication's not under the CIA Triad. Hot Garbage. Yeah. I know where you're going. I know where you're going, but I know you're trying to get the AAA. We're gonna talk about that in a moment. You're kind of ahead of it. CI saying integrity. TomTom saying confidentiality. Yeah. You like the real ID here in the States? Guess so. Yeah, you get a regular ID, but then there's like a trusted ID. Shepard saying confidentiality. So where would zero trust fall under the CIA Triad as a layer of security and defense in depth? Yeah, it's definitely well under confidentiality. Because remember, and that could throw you off a little bit because you're thinking about integrity as trust, but integrity is not about authorization. And we just talked about authorization for zero trust. Are you allowed to do this? So it's actually going to fall under confidentiality. And sure, by some extension, there's probably some overlap into integrity and availability, but it's going to fall more under that pillar. Yeah, because you're trying to think more about integrity as an access control. But confidentiality is what allows you to have access. Remember, I said confidentiality is authorization and unauthorization. And zero trust means you have to authorize yourself and authenticate all the time. Integrity is a pillar of the CIA Triad that talks about trust of the data. Can you trust the data? It's not talking about trust of the user. That's confidentiality. The user is not data. The user is a person. So how do we actually implement zero trust itself as a concept? That's kind of where Hot Garbage was going. They're a little bit ahead of the curve over there. But we talk about this as AAA. And this falls under a category identity access management. Yeah, CI AAA is not a triad. I know. Why would you think it is? So we have a couple things here. We have authentication. We have authorization. And we have accounting or auditing, as it's called. Duke Norris, geolocation is going to fall under the accounting and auditing. Yeah. And I guess to some degree, authorizations as well too. Yeah, like do you live under certain like IP address scope? So when we talk about this, we have identity and access management. Okay, we have this. This is like a realm of ensuring zero trust. Zero trust is a concept, and it is implemented by the identity and access management set of policies and procedures as a category. And that category consists of three things: authentication, authorization, accounting, and auditing. Now, there's also some supporting policies around it, like, remember we talked about secrets management and passwords and keys and kind of storing that stuff. That's also part of identity and access management. But again, that is also just related to authorization. So identity and access, so IAM, I should say, is made up of the AAA arm of ensuring confidentiality. So confidentiality can really be broken up into these three levels of identity and access management. So the first one being authentication. So like, that's your username, your password, right? That's what do you have to prove who you are. That's the first step in zero trust. The second step would be authorization. So now that you've proven who you are, what are you allowed access to? And that would be things like group policy, permissions, groups, shares, account permissions, etc. That's why you learned all of that already. And then accounting and auditing is, okay, now that you've proven who you are and we've determined what you're allowed to access, we're going to keep a record of everything you do. just in case you got past the first 2 layers, and the moment you trip, we're going to know because we're performing accounting and auditing. And that looks like events and logs. And guess what? Really just make that bold. Welcome to the SOC. Here you go. We're finally getting to what cybersecurity analysts do. The large part of what cybersecurity analysts are doing are responding to anomalies and any alarms that are set up. Largely monitoring, accounting, and auditing related identity and access management controls, which are technical controls. Whenever there is an anomaly or an alarm that gets set off on authentication and authorization level of controls, that gets fed here into the accounting and auditing. That's why a cybersecurity analyst is largely just looking at this arm. That is how you'll be able to provide cybersecurity as a cybersecurity analyst. That's that role, that's that job, is looking at a dashboard of logs and events that is being recorded and provided for you based on detection rules that have been set up to determine what is an unacceptable or breach of confidentiality. Now, what we've done inside the SOC is we've also said, okay, now that we have a dashboard set up for this stuff, we're also going to take anything on the integrity, based threats, and availability. We're also going to feed that to the SOC. And then you get this giant dashboard. You get this giant dashboard, and that's what you do. You open up a tool, a case management tool that is creating tickets and alerts based off of a variety of events that are being set off. And then you're performing monitoring and analysis of logs and events, and then using a tool like a SIEM, Security Information and Event Management tool, to support your analysis and research and response to those incidents and events. And that's how you protect the data. That's how you're identifying threats and stopping them. And that's what cybersecurity as a cybersecurity analyst and a SOC analyst. You are largely trying to manage all the threats that are trying to breach anything related to AAA, so authentication, authorization, and accounting and auditing, which is the core implementation of Zero Trust, which is a layer of defense in depth and largely part of the confidentiality arm of the CIA Triad. Additionally, we also funnel any of the logs and events from the accounting and auditing that takes place on integrity and availability based threats that are coming in, and put that into the same view of the SOC analyst. And that's how the SOC analyst and the cybersecurity analyst provides security for a company. And that is your view, and that is your job, and that's your role. And that is why you are the firefighter putting out fires as they come in all the time. And the tools that you have to do that are provided to you by security engineers. They are the blacksmiths giving you your tools and weapons to defend against the threats. And your role is that square right there, working inside the SOC, next to the NOC, with engineering, and with GRC, inside of the cybersecurity square, which is largely governed by GRC, which is part of information technology, which is governed by GRC and IT, inside of a company, inside of a business. It is a huge responsibility, because you have to understand that when a threat finally makes its way to the SOC, it passed all of those other layers. That means it's a pretty big threat. And that's why it's a big responsibility. Karina's asking, so would the difference between authentication and authorization... Oh, sorry, B. So would the difference between authentication and authorization be authentication is you are who you say you are, and authorization is why you are allowed here? Yeah, hot garbage, yeah, saying the same thing. That's Karina. Why you're allowed here and what you're allowed to do. Yeah, Steven's got a good way. Who you are, what can you access, what did you do? Pretty cool. Yeah. Good stuff. Doesn't it feel like a little bit more meaningful, right? I mean, I think so. Like, once you start to break this stuff down as to what cybersecurity is, like, hey, there is a reason and a method and a purpose to, like, why this stuff is all chain linked together and why you're doing and learning what you're learning. Cool. All right. And honestly, I really hope this also helps you all to not feel like you have to chase shiny objects. Now you have more of like a targeted perspective, right? Like, you should be trying to skill up and focus on your ability to ensure confidentiality and understand AAA. And then later you're going to start to understand more what like you're going to see it. You're going to actually work inside of a SIEM and see what the stuff looks like. Yeah, Beard, it gives you a sense of pride to your work and studies. Yeah, totally. It's huge. And not just that, but I honestly, I hope it gives you good respect for what everyone else is doing in cybersecurity too. You know, like, the engineers that are building your tools and the job that they have to give you good equipment, to the network operations center analysts that are like hyper focused on network related threats, to the IT sysadmins that are just trying to glue it all together and make it work and work with you so that the user doesn't even notice security, to the GRC analysts that are trying to provide high level policy and procedures to provide some perimeter level protection that all users can follow. Education, experience, and networking equals proof of competency. 100%. CI, what is chasing shiny objects? That is you studying SOC 100 content and being like, ooh, I'm going to go study some pen testing now. That would like derail you so hard. It's a nice to know later, once you get your bearings, because as we talked about kind of going through these controls, you can see like how pen testing is not in that. That's what I mean by like chasing shiny objects, is going down and rabbit holing and going down different areas instead of staying like hyper focused on becoming competent and proficient on an area. Cool. Okay. Damn, time's flying by today. It's already 1. Duke, so your boss does not have his A+, but is studying for the Pen Test Plus? I mean, does he need his A+? I don't know. Is he actually going to be doing the pen test themselves? Or is he just trying to generally understand procedure and policy? It's kind of why, like CISOs, ideally, it's great if they have a lot of technical experience. Some don't. They kind of like go a different direction, but as you kind of move up into more managerial positions, you're going to get a little bit less in the day technical and more on procedure. And as you can see, when we're talking about cybersecurity and security to a company as a whole from an IT perspective, as you move up, you start getting further and further away. Isn't there like a... As you move up and out into management, you start to make a path like this. I'll delete that in a second. So you see, you start to becoming less reliant and less have a need on your pure technical chops. And it starts to get more related around to what is your impact to the company at higher level procedure and policy controls. That is not like the day-to-day SOC. That's why. So your boss, Duke, might actually be doing that. Bearded Ruckus, so you dabble in GRC a bit and saw a bit on pen test, but SOC really captured your attention heavily? Yeah. Yeah, I mean... I don't know if a SOC is more work. I think it could be if you get put into like a... If you land and like everything is on fire, yeah, the SOC's going to feel like a lot of work. But... I mean, honestly, if you get to a well-oiled managed service provider and things are flowing smooth, or like a good IT outfit and things are good, and like, you know, like you have playbooks, you have incident response plans, you have processes laid out to respond to incidents and events, it's going to be kind of good. You're going to learn a lot. It's going to be a good amount of work, but it's going to feel smooth. By extension, pen testing can feel like hell sometimes. So it's more about what you like. Where do you think you can provide the most value for what you're most interested in? And honestly, that's the best part about cybersecurity. Like, take a look at this, right? Like how many levels there are to it, that there's something for everyone. There's truly something for everyone in cybersecurity to benefit. And this is where adjacent experience and life experience is so good. And this is why you're seeing it, I hope, more now, that cybersecurity really is a subset of something. So that all the other experience is going to benefit you like crazy. Prina, you've been wondering how often work in a SOC is around the clock? It is relative. There is shift work. There's AM and overnights. There is typically an expectation to do like an overnight shift, like in rotation, inside of most SOCs and most MSPs. But not all of them. Not all of them. Like, for example, an MSP that I worked at before, we had an AM and a mid shift, and then we had overnight and evenings were outsourced to a bunch of guys over, I think it was Poland, actually. I think it was Poland or Czech Republic. I'm trying to remember now. But good crew, and they actually monitored the networks remotely, and they didn't have like full access to everything, but they were there to be able to triage things and handle overnights that happened. And then if anything was like really bad, then obviously they would wake someone up here locally. But that actually allowed no one to have to work on overnights. So, again, it's going to depend, but I think it is more common to be working on night shift and PMs as a SOC analyst, but it's not always the case. Okay. Hot garbage is sometimes the answer. Honestly, the answer almost always is depends in cybersecurity. And you can see why, right? Like, look at this. Look how much stuff there is. It's so contextual. Like I said in the beginning of today's talk, what makes me secure and you secure are vastly different things. So you can expect the same thing when we're talking about company to company, job to job, position to position, domain to domain. It's going to vary so much. Yeah. Good. Yeah, you're all answering with depends. Perfect. You guys are going to crush the interview. When you go to the interview and they ask you a question of like, you know, when would be a good time to implement a technical control over procedural control, you're going to be like, it depends. And then you're going to give them an answer for both of them, and they're going to be like, okay, this person, they cyber. Yeah, they know. They work in the SOC. They have the experience. They're good. Yeah. Like, it's going to happen. That's truly the experience arc, is like, instead of like, oh, I'm just going to like give you a port number. Nah, forget that nonsense. We're not here to teach you port numbers and memorization lists. You're there to go in and provide sound advice and tell them what their solutions are and why you think maybe this one is the better of them, and then work with that. Duke likes the theory, likes to use that as the theory. It should work. Yeah, exactly right. Nice. Okay, let's take a bit of a break again, and then we're going to wrap up talking about cyber threats and vectors and stuff. And then I think we're good. And then I think that's a good, like, overview of the industry. Okay, take a breather. Okay. All right. What's going on in the old chat over there? Anyone playing Path of Exile 2? Soon. Excuse me, soon. Retropie some old games. Yeah, that's good. Nice. Hunter, yeah. Ball. 4070 just to play retro games, but it's gonna look so good. Getting a little bit of, I mean, playing a little bit during the week is good too. You don't have to play every day. No way. Cool, thanks for the follow. All right, everyone. We're almost there. Last little bit of the lecture today. What are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about cyber. Let's see what we covered. Check my notes here in the back. Random things. Okay. So yeah, we need to talk about cyber hygiene. And then we want to talk about cyber threats and vectors. Couple categories. Okay. All right. Let's talk now a little bit about the concept of cyber hygiene. This is another important one to pay attention to. Okay, cyber hygiene. This one is going to be really straightforward to understand, but it's actually, it's an important concept. So you know how you wash your hands with soap, right? It's kind of what like cyber hygiene's like. Cyber hygiene is probably okay, so a way to think about it is a group of controls and policies that is simple to understand and easy to implement, and everyone, technical and non-technical, can work with it. That's right. Hopefully they do, right, Bearded? Yeah, Karina. So, just like how it's pretty straightforward, like everyone, hopefully, is going to go and wash their hands with some soap when they need to wash their hands with soap for the various categories and activities in life that would require such an event to occur. You would need to wash your hands with soap. I hope that they do. And that would effectively be like good hygiene, right? All the little things, right? Brushing your teeth, showering, good hygiene, right? that prevents your body from being invaded by bacteria and viruses. That's a threat to your body. That's why you have hygiene. And also just to... Also, you know, just not to be that person, right? So, what we're trying to do here with cybersecurity is the same thing. What are simple technical or procedure or whatever type of control or policy, what are the simple things in cybersecurity that we can do to implement that have like the best bang for buck that anyone can do? That's what cyber hygiene really is. So it has a couple things, because it's going to look a little bit different from every company to every company, but it's a concept kind of like zero trust, kind of like defense in depth, kind of like the CIA Triad. These are conceptual ways to implement and enforce cybersecurity, but then they're implemented uniquely company to company. So cyber hygiene is something that is easy, simple, keeps the threat surface clean, low-hanging fruit. So when you're trying to go and work at companies, and they might be asking you questions like, you know, so like if we hired you like next week, like what are some of the things that you think that you would want to be doing that would be effective? Well, you would be mentioning to them something like cyber hygiene. You know, I would want to make sure, and I want to look and see like what are your current cyber hygiene practices and implementation of it. Is there any low-hanging fruit that we can work with the users? And what do those things look like? Is like MFA, so like multi-factor authentication, good passwords, general email security awareness training to users, patch management, change management, high-level stuff that is easy to think about and implement with very little resources required to get going, that has a high reward, a good ROI, good return on investment of your time, good bang for buck kind of thing, all that stuff. That's what cyber hygiene is. It's something that you could go to accounting, sales, HR, C-suite, anyone who's like a non-technical department, and you could go and deliver them cyber hygiene awareness training, and it would vastly improve their day-to-day efforts with very, very little security budget required to do so. That's what cyber hygiene is. So zero trust is like what you would do at a technical level to really make sure everything is behind the scenes working well. Good security is security that you don't see, but you still feel safe and secure. That's what good security is. It's out of sight. And cyber hygiene is something a little bit more in front that users would have to do themselves. It's the brushing your teeth and showering day to day to protect against cybersecurity threats. That's what cyber hygiene is. So if you're trying to tell your users, give them that example. That imagine if everyone were to show up to work and never washed their hands and never showered, everyone would get pretty sick pretty fast. So it's a really easy thing to do, and that's what you want to do with cybersecurity. So that's what you're training those users on, those basic things. Yeah, instead of passwords, use password phrases, password managers, authentication codes like they have to use on their device. And don't reuse the same password. All that stuff. Yeah, thanks. Good, I'm glad it works. When in doubt, just try to relate back to people when you're trying to implement technology. Okay, so that's cyber hygiene. Now let's talk a little bit about let's get into... I should also, yes, this also includes like social engineering, what I talked about, like just walking users through like, hey, this is what a phishing email looks like. Look out for these things. So it's also included in there. Okay, let's talk now a little bit about threats. So let's get a little bit more nitty gritty. How would you implement cyber hygiene? That's right. I'm gonna have to know how many times everyone showers. You want this place secure? We need to get the showering levels higher. Let's start with that. Okay. Alright. Good stuff, Bearded. Yeah, of course they will. Of course, Beard, yeah, they're gonna preach comedy. Yeah, like, look, we get serious over here with the studies, but you should also have some fun. Fun. At the end of the day, people are just trying to work with other people, and it's a lot easier to work with other people if everyone's having a good time together. Okay. Alright. Let's talk about threats. This is what it all... Actually, no, purple is what we're sticking with, right? Let's stay consistent. Okay, I'm gonna figure that. I thought there was a highlighter one that I had, but I guess not. Okay. So Kay's saying cyber hygiene would be like what you do every day to stay on top of your security, right? Yeah, exactly. So like you shower and brush your teeth every day to protect your body from being invaded by virus and bacteria. Cyber hygiene is the day-to-day showering and brushing your teeth for users to prevent the little things that could get much worse later. The little everyday things. Checking the email header, making sure the from field is from the right person, making sure that you trust the attachment, that you don't click on a link, that you change your passwords, that you use good passphrases, that you have a password manager. That's good cyber hygiene. It's the daily cleaning. Oh, okay, I do have marker. Okay, threats. All right, let's talk about threats themselves. So, a cyber threat. We've already kind of talked about it, but let's make sure we understand it now, right? A cyber threat is anything that can compromise the confidentiality, integrity, or availability, or all three, one or more of them, of an organization. That's a cyber threat. We've defined this now. We've talked about it. We've built up to this to be able to understand this. Unauthorized access, right? Cyber threat. Mistrust or breach of trust, integrity-based cyber threat. Denial of availability, cyber threat. So, at a high level, a cyber threat is anything that is trying to compromise one or more of the CIA of a company. Zeno's asking, how vulnerable are password managers, and are there any recommendations for which ones are the best? So not LastPass. So LastPass got breached pretty bad, and has been a lot of question and concern about how that was handled and what was actually breached and revealed. And the process raised a lot of alarms. Bitwarden is a good one. Works really well. Try to stay away from browser cached passwords. Like when a user logs in with Google and they save their password into the browser, probably the worst thing you can do. So password managers like Bitwarden are really good. I definitely would recommend Bitwarden. Passkeys are also good too. That are starting to become more and more common. Or having like an authenticator app that you log in without a password and like a prompt appears on your phone. Okay, so cyber threats are anything that can compromise the CIA, right? That's, if you can think about it like that, then you're always going to be able to determine whether something is a threat. So if you're dealing with a new attack, if you're having a security incident, you should be thinking in your head, is there any form of unauthorized access? Is there any form of breaching or breaking trust in my data? Is there any form of denying availability? And then obviously combining any one of those things together. That is a cyber threat. That is a cyber incident or event that you need to resolve. That is now your job. So when in doubt, refer back to this model of trying to figure out where things kind of lie along those lines. Now, what we haven't really talked about are the threat vectors. We've seen them. Kind of drew a bunch of arrows of all these things. A threat vector is just the path the threat is taking that is trying to exploit or compromise something. It can be technical, it can be non-technical. So a threat vector, you know, would be like phishing emails. That's the simplest one to think about. A phishing email is a threat vector. And maybe it contains like a malicious link or an attachment. A threat vector could also be that flood coming in. You can see it, the flood is coming, and it's going to destroy everything in its path. That's the path threat vector. An unpatched server is technically a threat vector, where maybe someone could use a software service on the server to gain access unauthorized to a user account, and it becomes a threat vector. Poor cyber hygiene is a threat vector. If you have users, it's kind of funny to think about, but imagine you had like 50 users at work and they opened up every email. Every email. They clicked on every link and they downloaded every attachment. And they went to the junk folder and they opened up all the junk email and opened up those too. And they did it every single day. That is the example of like really bad cyber hygiene. That isn't just not showering. That is going and rolling in like a waste bin, like going to the garbage dump and rolling in it. That's such bad hygiene. That's what is example of that. Okay, so poor cyber hygiene. Yeah, play with the pigs. Poor cyber hygiene could be an example of a threat vector. Guessing legacy software. Yes, legacy old software that can't be supported and is just waiting for one of the vulnerabilities to be exploited. Those are all vectors, threat vectors. So the path that a cyber threat can take to compromise confidentiality, integrity, or availability, or one or more, is called a threat vector. It's the path that the threat is taking to get to compromising something of the CIA. Does that make sense? It sounds really complicated at first, but that is literally it. That's it. Cool. Okay. Yeah, no questions. I guess everyone's okay. Makes sense, yeah. Yes, it can be physical too. Yes, it can be physical too. Not locking a server room. Yeah, honestly, so if you didn't kind of connect that, that's kind of what KS is saying. All right. The path to compromising CIA, which is the threat vector, only has so many paths. And they are going to go through one of these paths, which by which we have security controls to reduce the chance of it happening. We will have physical, technical, procedure and policy, and regulatory-based threat vectors. If that wasn't... It's good. Yeah, thanks for... It kind of triggered me to highlight that more. Thanks, Cass. If that wasn't like immediately clear, I hope that it is now. We have those 4 major categories of security controls for a reason. It's not like we just came up with them. It's because that is likely where the threat vectors are going to occur. So as long as we have controls along those lines, we're likely going to reduce the probability and the possibility of one of those threat vectors from taking off and being successful and getting to the target and bypassing all the steps along the way. That's why we have those security controls. And those security controls are what make up the SOC itself. Those security controls are the perimeter of the SOC at the technical level. And then we have at a high level here, kind of looking at the scope of it all, we can see the various paths that those purple threat arrows could go and take. They could start outside of the SOC. They could be procedural. They could be like KS said, where someone just left the company's door open and someone walked in and left with the server. One of the most famous social engineering not threat actors, but one of the most famous social engineering ethical hackers, Kevin Mitnick. I'm sure some of you have heard his name at some point. You know, he mentioned the concept of, if you want to get inside of a company, like you want to perform a physical pen test, walk in carrying a box of donuts. If you came in carrying a box of donuts, and I mean, it's not just because donuts are delicious; they're so good, right? But it's the idea that there's someone coming in carrying a box of donuts as a delivery to someone. Oh, it's probably fine. Yeah, he wrote a book. He's got quite a lot of writing. So the threat vectors will occur somewhere along these different layers of security. What if you're on a diet? Then you're going to do what we all do on a diet, KS. You're going to eat that donut anyway, and you're not going to tell anyone, and you're going to enjoy it a lot. Because that's what we do on diets. You're going to sneak a donut in. Be real. Yep. You can have one. Okay. So, if we understand threats and threat vectors, well, who is behind the threat? And that is how we have the concept of a threat actor. The prime mover. The threat actor is the person, could be a thing, could be an entity, it could be Skynet, it could be artificial intelligence. It is a thing. It is the mover. It is the actor. It is the actor that is the one that started the path of the threat along its trajectory, along its threat vector. Someone wearing a black hoodie, yeah. I think I can tell that it's December 14th. I think everyone is ready to take a break after tomorrow. Yeah? We all want to go have some Christmas chocolates and pastry and relax a little bit, yeah? I can feel that. Zeno Freeminic, the Cybersec now. Yeah. Yeah, he did, man. He, Kevin Mitnick did pass away. Sad. One of the great minds in cybersecurity. So, a threat actor. A threat actor is the person, more often than not. It's going to likely be a person. But they are the threat. They are the ones that start the attack. They're the ones that send the threat along its vector to get to its destination to compromise CIA. That's what a threat actors essentially do. I have to sneeze. It's not happening. Just ignore that. So, threat actors come in general categories. And you're going to hear this a lot. Over the wire? What's hackers? Somehow the hacker in a hoodie caught on. It's one of those universally recognized things. Yeah. It is. Okay. So we have a couple different types. So let's talk about them. Nation state. Hackers. Organized crime. And insider threats. So why do we even need to know this? It's a question for you all. Why do we even need to, like, why do we care? Why do we care so much about defining and saying that there is a threat actor, that there is an entity or an organized categorical way of explaining who the person is? Why don't we just call them a threat actor and be done with it? What do you think? Yes. Good job. Yeah. Nice, Ariel. Understanding motivations. That's exactly it. Threat actors have... Yeah, threat actors have different ways of attacking, so if we can filter their methods, it's easier to pinpoint where it's come from. Yes, exactly. Made different strategies. Awesome. Good stuff, everyone. Nice. Okay. So we have a couple different things here. And there's a way to sort of define this. Yes, there's motivations. So, like, what is their motive? Their modus operandi, right? Their MO. Kind of like those investigative movies, right? Like, what was the MO? It's the same thing. What was the motivation? Capabilities. So capabilities, like, what are they capable of doing? That helps us define that as well, too. And then also, sophistication. So how good are they at, how good are they doing, or how able are they to pull off their capabilities? How good are they at what they're able to do? That's what I'm trying to say. Motivation, capability, sophistication. This is we're going to talk more about this later on. There is a whole realm dedicated to this, and this is called cyber threat intelligence. Cyber threat intelligence allows us to get intelligence on the type of threat actor, threat vector, and ultimate destination to be able to determine what is likely going to happen, so we can respond to it and also prepare for it. That's what cyber threat intelligence is. To turn indicators into intelligence. We're going to get to that later. It's a whole realm. It's a whole domain of cybersecurity. And threat actors allows us to define that criteria. And there are effectively like 4 major types. We have the nation state, where it is another country. It is another country. They're very, very well funded. They're very well trained. They have a lot of time and experience. Okay? So this is like country, funding, experience, trained. These are adversaries. Okay? Now, threat actors are relative to you. My threat may not be your threat. Okay, saying Russia, yeah. I don't know, right? I don't know. It depends on you. It depends. Everyone's threat surface is going to look different. Everyone's threat actors and vectors will look different. It's all relative to you, and that's what cyber threat intelligence helps us define. But there are general categories. A nation-state threat actor, to me, may, like, from country to country, right? The US and their threat actors that they consider to be nation-state will be different than what China considers and what Russia considers and what Europe considers as a whole itself. It's not just even country. So you can go even like larger, right? Like you can get countries together. Okay, so we have like the Five Eyes. So nation state is like your worst case kind of scenario, right? They are well funded. They are well experienced. They're typically motivated at a country level of security. So remember when we talked about layers of security, like kind of ranking up the chain? Well, there is the world, right? There's the whole world that could be like an asteroid could hit us, and then you kind of like zoom in further. You get to like the atmosphere, the environment. You get to countries, and then you get to countries against countries, and then you get to internal like threat and strife within the country, and so forth. It just keeps going further down. And eventually, if any of those threats can harm the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of an organization, it is a cyber threat. So, I mean, in a really off-chance way, if the end of the world is coming and like a meteor is coming down and it's going to destroy your server room, you have a cyber threat to worry about. You better have backups. You better have backups after that asteroid hits, or afterwards, and after next generations when it all clears and you have to rebuild your company. Just messing around, but you know what I mean? Yeah, Ariel's saying 2 weeks notice isn't a thing anymore. Thank you for notice, but your shift ends now. Yeah, that's a thing because of insider threats. It's common. Nation state threat actors are APTs. Yeah, that's right, Doug. So another name when we get to the cyber threat intelligence modules, we're going to talk more about like classifying them better with tactics, techniques, and procedures, and how they're advanced persistent threats. Because that's what they are. They are advanced and persistent. Nation state could also look for potential insider threats, social engineering. Well, social engineering is not a threat actor per se. Duke over there. Social engineering is a cyber threat, and the vector itself could be like emails. It could be malicious attachments. So it's not a threat actor per se. MITRE attack? Yeah, we're going to talk about MITRE attack later. Bearded as well. I'm going to dive right into that. It's going to be real good. But effectively, yes, we kind of go down this list over here. And all what is doing is that they have different motivations, different sophistication levels, different capability levels. That's what threat actors are, and that's why we categorize them as such. And hopefully the backups are stored underground. Steven, yeah. Right. So, I mean, like that's really it. That's the cybersecurity industry as a whole. Okay? So I guess in a long way to sort of recap everything of what we're trying to talk about today is that security in and of itself is highly relative to an individual or organization to ensure a sense of safety and a prevention of harm. And it doesn't exist on its own. It's a property of something, which cybersecurity is. Cybersecurity is a subset of understanding security of itself as it would pertain to the IT components of an organization. And cybersecurity's major intention really is to prevent any threats from compromising confidentiality and integrity and availability of an organization. And we do this with controls to prevent threats getting through as many layers of security as possible, which are understood as threat vectors and executed by threat actors. So in a longer description, that's what the cybersecurity industry is about. That's how you would define it in a longer level. And it can't be anything else. It really can't. You could go and snip it a little bit further and maybe expand on more things to make it more relative to what you're trying to describe, but at a high level, that is what cybersecurity is. And that is the start of SOC 100-2. This is where it all begins. Like how you guys are all going so much deeper into this situation of the end of the world and having backups for your server. True IT professionals here in the chat. Does that make sense, everyone? Do you feel now you have a better idea and grasp of cybersecurity, why you're here, what you're about to learn, and where to maybe focus on your efforts, why it all connects the way that it does? Please tell me yes. I hope. Because it doesn't get any more complicated than that. All systems clear. Okay, good. Excellent. Still having the eureka moments. Good, good. Let them keep coming. Beautiful journey. Damn right. For the person with the donuts. How does a vulnerability differ from a threat vector? We're gonna talk about that. So actually, we're gonna dive into vulnerabilities and vulnerability management, because what we've talked about today, so Total Mayhem, we're actually gonna talk all about that tomorrow. Governance, risk, and compliance, because in order for us to be able to start talking about what a vulnerability is, we have to start breaking down the concept of what risk is. You can't get there unless you understand risk. Now, this is where it's all quite important. At a high level right now, I can answer that for now, but a vulnerability is not the same thing as a threat vector. You can't compare them the same way. A threat vector would utilize vulnerabilities to get through and be a successful threat. Vulnerability is just something along the threat vector that can be utilized and exploited to bypass your technical or your procedure or your regulatory security controls and physical. So we're going to talk a whole lot about that tomorrow. with governance, risk, compliance, because we need to be able to define what risk actually is. That's right, Doug. Where we thrive? Wait, Doug, are you saying that we thrive with donuts? Because I definitely thrive eating donuts. Sugar is my friend. Or if you're talking about GRC or threat hunting, you might fall for the donut thing, yeah. Doug coming in tomorrow? I don't know, maybe. We got something planned for Doug, though, beginning of January. More coming on that. Yeah, it's already 2. I know. Stuck around for 4 hours today. 4 hours of lecture you're all hanging out with. It didn't feel like that, though. It felt like it was like an hour and a half, maybe. Okay. Well, that's it. Karina, time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, it's a good time. Okay. That's it. That's it for today, everyone. So that is cybersecurity. That's how we get started. This is what everything means. This is why you're doing what you're doing. Yeah. Thrive in threat hunting vulnerabilities. That's right. Red blue team APTs. Yeah. This is where we start to thrive. It's going to start getting real fun here on out. After tomorrow's going to be really good. I love GRC. Super, super important. So once again, thank you everyone for spending your whole Saturday here with me, and for going through 4 hours of talking about cybersecurity industry and all the various components that makes it all make sense. So yes, thank you for spending your Saturday. Thank you for being engaged, for good questions, and for helping each other out, getting all the conversations going. I wouldn't be doing this here, again, without all of you. So you're all making this just as engaging as the course itself. So thank you again. And enjoy the rest of your Saturday. It's going to start getting a lot more fun here on out. But this is the start of SOC 100-2. Let's get ourselves competent as SOC Tier 1 analysts. Have a good evening, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.